As I see it's sticking together. The window is cold.
Oh, because I didn't see it. Alright, I'm going to do a quick. And the laptop of you next, the whole laptop.
68. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Ball Beef Liberta for coverage of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Women's Under 19 Tournament 2026. Today we have the 5th place and 6th place playoff game between Guyana Women's Under 19s and the Windward Islands Women's Under 19s. The Windward Islands women won the toss and have decided to bowl first, with the opening batsman for Guyana, number 49 and number 55, Jada Fraser and Alia Henry. I'm joined by my co-host, former West Indies and Leeward Islands batsman Dave Joseph. Dave Joseph, welcome.
Morning, Asha. Morning to the viewing and listening audience. Lovely day today. I'm sure the young ladies are going to relish these conditions today. Pretty cool. Much cooler than all the other games, so Should be an easy day for them in terms of the weather.
Yeah, definitely good bowling conditions. A lot of clouds overhead, a strong breeze coming across the grounds, and not a lot of sun, so should be a lot of help for the bowlers. As you see, Jada Tyrrell just straying a bit down the leg side. Not exactly where she would have wanted it, but a left-hand, right-hand combination at the top of the order.
She likes width and they're looking to get the ball to come into her, but strain a bit in terms of getting it down the leg side.
Yeah, just a bit of a fumble there by the keeper, so they scamper through for a single along with the wide. So 2 wides to Guyana as they move on. So Guyana and both the Windward Islands were hoping to bowl first this morning, and they do find comfort in chasing, building some scoreboard pressure. That is the mentality for both teams. So Guyana, not being able to get what they wanted, are going to have to set a target here and back their bowlers to restrict the Windward Islands. Beautiful delivery by Jada Tyrrell. She prefers to bowl to the right-handers, as that was just outside the off stump, getting the young Alia Henry to play at that one. But this is going to be the difficult matchup for Jada Tyrrell, bowling to the left-hand, right-hand combination, being able to have the ability to change her line while keeping the length the same.
Ooh.
And again, down the leg side, but not called wide by the umpire, just getting away with that one there, Jada Tyrrell.
Yeah, Asha is pretty interested to see Tyrrell bowl into these young batters, and she's getting the ball to move away from the right hander, which is going into the wind. So which shows she has a bit of depth and craft about her in terms of her ability to move the ball. Pulled
And
away.
that's a beautiful shot by Alia Henry, just driving that to the right of the mid-on fielder, beating that mid-wicket and mid-on gap, and she takes 4.
Yeah, excellent shot. Shot with some power to Asha. Being struck away to the onside for 4. So young Henry, pretty diminutive. As I've been saying to my fellow commentator Seth Burton on the couple of days you weren't here, Asha, the smaller ones, or the smaller of the bunches, those who like to do big things. And it seems to be continuing.
Yes, the pocket rocket mentality. As Tyrrell is looking to... Good response by Tyrrell, a dot ball, a quiet delivery to end the over. An expensive start to the innings for the Windward Islands. The Guyana under 19 women 10 without loss after over number 1.
Yeah, not a bad start by Guyana. I think yesterday they posted a total of 90 yard, and I think they'll be looking to do a little bit better today. You know, they post 90 yard yesterday and then Leewards happened to chase it down. So I think they'll be wanting to do a little bit better today, try to get over 100 in this 5th and 6th place game.
Yeah, most definitely the Leeward Islands chased down that score of 97 with 3 overs to spare on the back of some strong middle order performances by Smitten, Alia Weeks and Kerenique Skeppel, 21, 18 and 16 respectively. So they're looking to try again and defend another target here. And that game was played at Liberta yesterday as well, so not very confident in defending is Guyana at the moment. So they're going to have to be looking maybe at 120, 130 as the target to give their bowlers something to work with.
Yeah, most definitely, because they didn't manage to defend what they scored yesterday. So, and I thought yesterday they should have had, a bit more runs in terms of the same 20, 25 more runs set, and Asha, it would have been a better target for them to defend.
Yes, most definitely. So Guyana will be looking to post a better total today. They're off to a good start and off the first over, as we see Giada Small opening the bowling for the Windward Islands from the opposite end.
So a bit of uncertainty in terms of the field placement.
Yeah, just
In
make
the mid-off being pushed back. Third man being brought up in the circle, and you have a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
and they're definitely looking to clamp down or not concede a lot of runs from that pull shot, that shot into the mid-wicket region of Jada Fraser, because she has a bit of power and a good bat, so anything out there is probably going to guarantee a boundary. So just trying to protect that while we have a spinner bowling in the power play.
Yeah, she played some lovely shots yesterday, Asha, into that mid-wicket region and through the covers. So she'll be looking to repeat that performance today.
Yeah, so she's playing that one, Jada Fraser, down into the mid-on region. Fielded by that mid-on fielder. So looking to keep things quiet, try and bring it back is the Windward Islands from an expensive first over.
Shot.
And that's driven lovely down to the mid-off fielder. Number 2 stopped. And there's a slight drizzle across the grounds here. The groundsmen scampering. Some might be saying that is just blowing over, so it's nothing to be concerned about. We have a strong breeze coming across the park, so could be just a passing shower.
Well, let's hope it's a passing shower, Asha.
Question while it passes.
So Small to continue. Good delivery outside the line of the off stump, getting Alia Henry to play at that one. A bit too wide, and you could have just taken one big step and get to the pitch of that one, drive it through the covers. But
Well, I think it actually went with the arm to Asha. So where she thought she had it under control, the ball was actually sliding across her.
yeah, it is going to be a challenge here as we see a misfield from the third man fielder, which allows Henry to come back for 2. Moving on the score a bit. So the plan is to bowl a bit wider to Alia Henry and bowl on the stumps, bowl to the legs of Jada Fraser, take away that width from Fraser.
Yeah, she definitely likes width, Asha. Once that ball is given width, she's going to go after it. Whether it's going to be through the covers or looking to swat it into the onside.
So a full-blooded appeal given not out, full onto the pads of Alia Henry.
Was it
Not-
onto the pads, Asha? She played it.
Well, I'm not sure because I'm going to be quite confused if she would have played it and they're appealing. That would be quite confusing. But Small continuing, looking to close out a good over, only 4 off it. And she closed it out well with a dot ball. So after 2 overs, the Guyana under 19 women 14 without loss.
Yeah,
Jaded-
14 out loss is not a bad start, Asha. 2 overs, 7 per over. That's a great one way to be going at the start here in the power play.
Yeah, they would want to keep this run rate going, is Guyana, throughout the innings without losing too many wickets, especially in the power play. They're going to want to capitalize on only 2 fielders outside the circle.
Yeah, I think yesterday they scored at a rate at just over 5 for most of the innings yesterday. So today is an improvement in terms of the run rate. Shot.
Tyrrell continuing, and this one is hit powerfully through the offside. You were just talking about it, Dave, and she gets 4 for it after a misfield by the cover sweeper fielder. A good shot. Anything outside the line of the stump, she's going to throw her hands at it and throw her hands at it hard.
Yeah, well, that's a shot that she plays pretty well, Ashani. You've seen it for the first time with your own eyes. I saw it quite a few times yesterday, so I'm not surprised. Once given width, she's going to have a go at it, and the fielders are going to have to feel well because it's going to be hit real powerfully.
Yeah, so Jada Tyrrell having an expensive start to her spell, and that's a bit better from her. Jada Fraser looking to give herself a bit of room to access the offside. But I think at this point it may be okay or a good thing to try around the wicket, cramp up a space, get into the pads, get into the stumps. because I do think that if is it that you're protecting the cover sweeper boundary and you're bowling from over the wicket, you're kind of feeding her strength. As she's cutting again, this time in the gap past point for another 4. So good shot again. This is a good start by Guyana on the 19s.
Yeah, I think what she needs to do, Asha, apart from going around the wicket, which is a good ploy, as you just rightfully said, she needs to bowl a bit fuller down into the crease, because she's not looking to come on the front foot. She's playing it from the back foot, and getting down into the crease will mean that she doesn't have that, that length to slash at, and coming around the wicket with cramp, as you say, for space in terms of the width.
Yeah, most definitely. They're motoring along here again on the 19 women, scoring at 8 runs.
Changing feeling, Asha.
Almost 9.
Brought up the fine leg and push backward point on the boundary.
Yeah, so I think that this is a bit of negative bowling on the part of the Windward Islands. They're in the power play, so I think that they should use the new ball, try and take some wickets early on, be a bit more aggressive, but they tend to be a bit more defensive and looking to protect boundaries as opposed to attacking early on.
Yeah, well, actually, we'll have to try and save some runs as well too, and they don't want Fraser to get away, because she can be a destructive little young batter based on the shots I see her playing. Ooh.
So definitely that's
Down
the
into
length
the
to be
crease.
bowling.
Yeah.
A bit fuller, force Fraser to come onto the front foot, and that's what she's going to want. And I think if she comes around the wicket now and that same length, fuller, angling it and tacking the stumps, that's going to create some problems for Jada Fraser. So I do think that they need to be attacking early on, bring back in the field, or force her to look for runs as opposed to just getting easy runs.
Yeah, I don't think you need to bring the field back in, Asha. It's just a matter of changing your length and line, as you said. Wow.
And this is why I would agree with bringing back in that deep backward point fielder.
Pushing back the mid wicket.
Most definitely. Force her to hit in front of her as opposed to hitting square. But a 4 to end the third over. Guyana on the 19 women motoring along 26 without loss after the first 3. So they're going to have to change quickly. She's getting a bit of shape, is Tyrrell, back in to the left-hander, so that could be useful, but she has to be attacking the stumps. That one just a bit too much on the leg side, and that allows Fraser to free the hand. So you want to be aiming just about middle and off, and force her to play some good deliveries. So Giada Small may be looking to attack Henry, bowl fuller and straighter, bring a lot more modes of dismissal into play.
Yeah, we would have seen, Asha, most of the people would have been dismissed. Once you keep the stumps in play, they swing across the line, and more than often they miss. It's either going to be leg before or bowled.
Most definitely. So that would be the learning curve here for the Windward Islands. Try and keep it as full as possible without getting into half volley or full toss territory. Bring the batsman forward. Aim essentially for the top of the stumps. And again, straying down the leg side. Very wayward bowling by the Windward Islands as the ball holds up.
Wow.
Saving.
A powerful throw.
So
That was a powerful return just now from the boundary.
yes, most definitely. Very surprising. Good arm by that fine leg fielder.
Yeah, I think they could actually push the man back on the backward square boundary for that delivery that's going to be short or even full. The pull shot is, as I said, is one of the better shots these young ladies will be able to play, and the easier shot for them to play.
So you're going to see Small continuing. That is a better line and length if I were the coach, I would just want that to be just maybe a few inches fuller. Just a few inches fuller. Bring the batsman forward. I know she's a short batsman, is Alia Henry, but I would batter. I've just been corrected. Batter, yes, because we are dealing with some young ladies. But again, she's a short batter, is Alia Henry, so you're gonna want to bowl a bit fuller than what you would have been bowling to Jada Fraser. But that 4 meter length, that 3 meter length, get it up, get it full, force them to try and play at it.
Ooh, well caught. Wow, great catch, Asha.
Well, I'm not sure if she caught it or if the ball caught her. I'm not sure which one,
but it will go down as she caught it.
but it will go down the Carter. It's a sharp catch, a smart catch by that fielder there. Going fuller is small, and it was going quickly. It was traveling at some pace, and that was a very smart catch there by the fielder. It looks to be number 7 on the back of that shirt. I'm not sure.
Yeah, X7. Excellent feeling, excellent catching in mid wicket.
So it took a bit of brilliance to break the opening stand. 28 for 1 is Guyana. So number 43 going in. Brianna Samaru in at number 3 for the Guyana under 19 women. But that is the plan of action. Bowling full on about middle and off stump and setting the field accordingly.
Yeah, the length, just short of a length, actually, is not a bad length to bowl if the bowlers know exactly what they're doing. That because when you bowl that length, actually, they look to pull, and then all you have to do is just to slide it a bit fuller, and then you'll have them looking to pull, being caught into playing the wrong shot, and then being bowl or LBW. Wow, it's raining again, Asha.
Yes, it's going to be like that. That is the forecast coming out of Antigua and Barbuda over the weekend. We do have a tropical depression forming wide signaled by the umpire, so we have to scramble a bit here in the commentary box just to ensure that all the equipment is looked after. So this one has caught us a bit off guard here. Both the umpires on field and the commentary box. This is pouring down here at Ball Beef Liberta here in St. Paul's, Antigua and Barbuda. So at this moment in time, we're going to batten down, cover all the expensive, important equipment, and then we'll be back with more coverage later on. Guyana and the Windward Islands women's under 19s in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars under 19 Women's Tournament 2026.
What's going on, man? I passed it, I didn't realize I passed you. Yeah. Good man, what's going on with you? Who that was? Sam Kerner, what's going on with you? It's Sophie Dave. Good man, good. Good work, Dominica and Dominica, man. I'll follow you all the while. Yeah, no problem, cool.
You got the cameras back up? Well, I can't see the wait to follow the thing on the setup. I have no more to do. I've taken that one back over there for multi-view. Let me tell you those first.
Yeah, I can come and do something. No, I'm here. Yeah, I heard you. Hold on. The audio.
Audio on, go ahead.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're back here at Ball Beef Liberta for the resumption of play here. We have Ami Antoine, first change in bowling from the police station end here at Ball Beef Liberta, or the Mango Tree end, whichever you prefer. So, Brian Samaru and Jada Fraser of the Guyana Women Under 19 are currently in the wicket. You have Ami Antoine looking to restrict them after Jada Tyrrell had an expensive first spell, 2 overs for 22, very expensive early on. So it's going to be a bit of a challenge here, a trial by spin, as would have been the case for a majority of this tournament so far.
Yeah, I'm afraid we're scrambling again, Asher. There's another slight drizzle coming across the ground. The groundsmen are running for cover again.
Yeah, they're going to have to work hard and work often today, Mr. Joseph, as the rain is coming from all directions now. Usually it would come from east to west, but now it seems to be traveling north to south. It's coming in all directions. The breeze is blowing all over. The players are still on the field. I suspect that after this ball, they're going to hustle off yet again. But yes, they're gonna come off again. The fielders and the umpires are making their way off, and it's one of those days here in Antigua and Barbuda. And just a reminder that we are in our hurricane season here in the Leeward Islands. So normally between the months of June and November, we tend to have an increase in tropical or weather activity. So you have tropical storms, depressions, hurricanes. They tend to happen around this time of year, or rainy season as well. So we're going to take another short break. It's going to be on and off here at Ball Beef Liberta. And we're going to take a break as the Guyana Under 19 women, 31 for 1 after 32 for 1 after 4.5 overs. So we're going to take a short break, and then we will be right back with more action from Ball Beef Liberta. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome back here to Ball Beef Liberta in Antigua and Barbuda for resumption of play between the Windward Islands and Guyana in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Women's on the 19 Championship 2026. Guyana is going to be continuing their innings, resuming on 32 for 1. Amian Giada Small continuing from the pavilion end. As you see, Jada Fraser stroking that ball down the ground to mid-off, and they scamper through for a single. So they're off to a good start, the Guyana on the 19 women. They want to see out the power play now without losing any more wickets, but still capitalize. 4 balls remaining. Again in the power play, 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. So they need to get maybe a boundary or 2 just to close out the power play. So Small continuing, this time around the wicket to Fraser, to Brianna Samaru, facing her first ball of this innings. I'm joined here with former West Indies and Leeward Islands batsman Dave Joseph. Welcome back, Dave.
Yeah, so we've been running back and forth because of the jizzes ever so often.
Yes, it's going to be one of those days here. So I've just gotten confirmation that due to the women's tournament, it's a 25-yard circle, not a standard 30-yard circle, as it were, with the men's version of the game. So 2 balls left in the power play. Samaru is going to want to capitalize, maybe look for a boundary here.
That's wide.
Wide, signaled by the umpire. Full toss outside the line of the off stump. So just a bit wayward, Mr. Joseph.
Yeah, well, I think she's striving for that full length delivery, which we spoke about early on, but just got the radars wrong.
Yeah, most definitely. She's not going to be wanting to bowl out there as much. Another good stroke down the ground, driving to mid-off. They scamper through to us for a single. But if it's that we're going to be bowling fuller and a bit straight on the middle stump, the off stump, they might want to have long on and mid-wicket back. Or mid-wicket and square leg.
I don't see them coming down the ground. From the games we've watched, they don't go down the ground pretty often. Asha, they probably go across. So mid-wicket is in place.
Yeah, good ball there by Giada Small. That is where she would want to be bowling and targeting that, repeating that over and over. So we're at the end of the power play after 6 overs. The Guyana on the 19 women, 35 for 1.
Yeah, that's a good line to bowl, Asha. Pretty straight. Yeah, Asha, you missed something yesterday. Very clinical finish by the Leewards. You saw the last pair was at the crease. We actually pushed the ball around for the last 13 runs, which was pretty good to see yesterday.
It's lovely match awareness, I must say, because they got home in a canter with 3 overs to spare yesterday. So not much needed in terms of ball striking. So match awareness is definitely going to be needed here today, and learning the art of batting, learning when to go, when to hold back, when to play out a bowler, when to attack a different bowler. So all of this will be learned as the young women play more cricket.
Yeah, so this is the sort of cricket we'd like to see Guyana, put into the repertoire. The dropping and running, push for a single here or there, because they've got some big shots in their repertoire, Asha.
Most definitely. New bowler, Avanel Leo. And she started not the way that she'd hoped. 2 no balls so far in the first 2 deliveries bowled, landing off the strip. So free hit signaled by the umpire. Free hit to Jada Fraser. 17 off of 18. Good start by her so far. And I think Jada Fraser may believe that she would have missed out on that ball. Slow looping delivery onto the pads and not being able to pull into the leg side. Nobody out on the leg side boundary. The two fielders out still. Cover sweeper and long off. So the umpire had a word. Just stepped off to the side. I'm not sure what he would have said.
No, I think the player might have picked up a piece of tool or something from the groundsman, so he has it in his possession. So she gave it to the umpire.
So Leo continuing.
Wow.
And it's up in the air.
Oh, wow.
And misjudged by the bowler. And they scamper through for a single. So an unfortunate series of events here for the Windward Islands. So it was a short delivery, looping yet again. Trying to pull was Jada Fraser. And she could only manage to get it as far as back to the bowler. And the bowler ran in. And she was misjudging it. So the mid-wicket fielder came in, trying to run out the non-striker. And they were able to scamper through for a single. So very eventful ball was that. So Leo continuing. Wide signal. Not getting the radar right at all is Leo. A horrible start. She would be feeling that she could do better.
Yeah, not a good start at all. But I'd rather seen her coming from, over the wicket, which will get a trajectory a bit closer. Shot. Banged away to the covers. Well fielded in the deep. They'll pick up 2, Asha.
Yeah, they're going to scamper back for 2 here. I mean, the pace that she's bowling at, I'm not sure she can afford to bowl that short with the kind of pace she's bowling. She's going to have to loop it and try and get it a bit closer to the batsman, force them to come forward, because there's too much time for them to get rock onto the back foot, and they can literally play it any way they want to.
Any way they want to. Yeah.
So she's going to have to learn quick here.
Well, she's struggling a bit with the line, Asha, so puts her under a bit of pressure. No ball.
Yeah, no ball again, signaled by the umpire. That's 3 no balls for the over so far. 2 no balls for the ball landing off the strip, and now a no ball for the ball bouncing twice. So not the start that she would have hoped for. So beautiful delivery there. Good comeback by Avanel Leo. Very well bowled, getting the batsman forward, and quick hands by the wicket keeper.
Yeah, good take by the Windward's wicket keeper. I think she's also a West Indian under 19 player.
Really?
Yeah.
Number 4. Number 4 is the captain, Kayla George. So
Yeah.
you might be onto something there.
Ooh. Well stopped.
Yeah, well fielded there. So the Guyana under 19 women will be looking to capitalize on the bowling of Avanel Leo so far. They may be able to. So we see this ball being chipped over the extra cover fielder for right now. So an eventful first over for Avanel Leo but she escaped on the 10 runs and over. So Avanel Leo first over went for 8 after 7 overs. Guyana on the 19 women 43 for 1, and we're going to have a change. We're going to have a change in the box up here. Joining me is a former West Indies fast bowler, current president of the Liberta Sports Club, lead groundsman, I might believe. I'm not too certain. No, it's not. But I'm going to welcome to the box Kenneth Benjamin. Kenneth Benjamin, how are you?
Good morning to you and all your listeners and viewers. I'm doing quite fine.
So we've had some matches over here at Ball Beef Liberta, and I know that y'all would have been working hard, working tirelessly, and I must admit that the grounds are lovely, lovely facilities here, great pitch. How much work does it take to how much work do you have to put in to produce top level surfaces tournament after tournament, considering that you would have hosted the men's under 19 tournament as well, and now on the back of that the women's under 19 tournament? So how much work goes into pitch preparation?
I think this is quite a bit, and I believe that's the reason why we upgraded to 7 pitches. When you continuously playing on one pitch, it becomes more and more difficult. The grass goes, you have to get cut grass to put on. So it is very difficult, and it is quite tiresome. I know the ground staff don't get the credit that they deserve, but when everyone comes to the ground, that's where the focus is. That's where the hard work is.
Yeah, most definitely. As we see Amy Antoine continuing from the pavilion end, she's bowling a bit fuller, so as to restrict the batsmen so they're not pulling and cutting, they don't have time to get back on the back foot. So definitely fuller is the way to go, but not too full, as they would have been bowling a lot of full tosses. But it's a good surface. It provides enough for the bowlers. If you bowl in the right areas, the ball comes on enough for the batsman to play through the line and trust the bounce. So there's been some good wickets prepared over the course of the years, and year by year you are tending to get better. But as much as we focus on the pitches, the outfield, I must say, is another aspect that you have improved on. So considering that we are in a drought here in Antigua, I mean, how difficult is it to maintain a good outfield?
It is difficult. We don't have enough water supply to water the outfield, so we focus on the square. But what we have done,
and that's a misfield there by the extra cover fielder. Again, not getting the ball as full as she would have wanted, so cutting off the back foot, and they scamper through for another single.
Because of trial and error, what we have found is that the sargassum seaweed, when it is cured, when it is rotten cured, it holds a lot of moisture and nutrients. And so whenever we have enough money, we bring in a few loads, and we're trying to cap the whole field with it. Those areas that you see look greener than normal, that's where the sargassum seaweed is. And so we eventually, hopefully, that we're going to try and do the entire field and cap it. It stays greener for longer. It holds a little bit more moisture without you knowing that the field is wet. So that is something that we're hoping that we can do, and other clubs and associations also can capitalize on that, because we have enough in Antigua that everybody can utilize. We have experimented it, and so far it is working out quite well. If you notice, even just in front the side screen here, that's sargassum seaweed. The greener part of the field, those are where we put some sargassum just for the experiment.
Yeah, very interesting findings. I would have never assumed.
Well, it happened by chance. We had a low area, and we just got some sargassum from up by Betters there, and we were going to fill it with that over a short period of time, then do the work after. And we recognized that it is working out really well, and so we didn't take it up, and we continued doing that as the years go by. But it is very difficult to keep it. Obviously, we have compliments of the business people in St. Paul's and around Antigua. We have bought a second drive more, and so we have our own, so we can cut it as often as we want and try to keep it, as level, because that is important. You want a good surface for the young cricketers and even the older ones, and so we try to focus on making sure that the outfield and the surface is kept up to a certain level.
Most definitely. Well, it's going to be proven, and it's going to be beneficial for these young women, as the efforts of your ground staff have been bearing fruit. We see Daisy Woods, new bowler from the Mango Tree or Police Station end. So she's looking to start and bowl on the stumps, keep the batter on the wraps. So definitely her shot. Jada Fraser is the pull shot. She's trying to get that away, but Daisy Woods is looking to bowl a bit fuller. So that's not going to cap. But how exciting is it for you, Kenneth Benjamin, to see the women game being developed to this level? Because I know that this would have been, I think, the first or the second full under 19 standalone tournament. So how important is it that we continue to have these women playing cricket, practicing cricket, getting involved more?
I think this is very important, and what I have seen so far is quite impressive. And it was just this morning I was speaking to my friend Sam Kernan, and I was saying is that what I would have loved to see a little bit more is that the people who are involved in female development should have been in Antigua taking notes, and afterwards they should have been, a collective discussion in terms of the findings, what is required to improve the game, because obviously we knew that they were not going to be, as dominant, as technically efficient and alert as the male counterparts. But it, like you said, it is a development stage. It is growing, and we should have had the people who are involved, the people who are going to be involved, the people who are going to be training these girls back in the islands where they're from, here to record what they see without prejudice and to put a plan together as how do we go forward from here. So in other terms, what's next after the tournament?
Yes, I agree with you 100%. I mean, that tends to be the problem that we're having here in the West Indies, where structure and planning seems to be a deficit of ours. But again, with visionaries or like-minded people like you coming together, hopefully that there would be a change. As you see a ball hit straight to the extra cover fielder, Jada Fraser goes. Brilliant bowling by Daisy Woods. She would have been getting that ball fuller and a full delivery, looking to get that over the top of the extra cover fielder, just not getting enough elevation, and a good smart catch by that extra cover fielder. And Jada Fraser goes, and Guyana on the 19 women 44 for 2.
I think that number 7 took a catch early on that went straight to her, and she held on to it, tumbled over, and I think you were a bit surprised.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, this is the first that I would have been seeing these young women, so I'm not going to and I'm not going to say
you don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to expect. So, but so far, I'm impressed with what I see. I mean, there is good fundamentals. The match awareness is not where it should be, but again, that comes
Work
with
in
more
progress.
cricket,
Yes.
more cricket, more playing, more cricket, more competitive.
Well, something that I want to impress you with is that hopefully next year when you come back, I'm sure you will come back, we have acquired a steel frame building, and so we're hoping that we're going to, on the other end, have our own media center, so that next time when you come back, you won't be up here, cramping for space and telling me that the rail is too high and I need higher chairs and so forth. But hopefully, we should be dismantling that and setting it up so we can have our own media center, production area. So our good friend here can have his own space. You understand? So he can do his camera and speak on his phone and so on. But that is something that we're working at. That is our other phase that we're looking at. Plus, in the back, we have already acquired all the nets for the netting area. When you go back, you'll see we have some big steel there. Those are going to be the frames for the net and so forth. We're going to have 5 turf pitches and 1 artificial. We have 2 bowling machines that we're going to set up. And further down the road, we're hoping that we're going to have a 2-lane indoor facility. So not for free, actually. So if you want to come out and practice, you will have to pay a small fee. We have the lights already for that part of the facility.
So great ambitions and visions for the Liberta Sports Club going forward with the improvements that they're looking to make over. So is it a situation where you're stepping towards, or you're going towards Liberta Sports Club being a regional first-class grounds?
Well, I tell you what is that these level of matches are enough for us. I believe what we're looking for is to be a leader. We're hoping that other communities, other clubs can follow suit. I think the more of these facilities we have in Antigua, the better. We have seen better as the host in some of these matches already. We've seen pickets, and if we can get them to come up, to a certain level, it will only mean better for Antigua in terms of these type of tournaments. Do come in here to Antigua and Barbuda, and it's a lot of benefit because people like you, people like Dave Joseph, you get to come and commentate, let the Caribbean hear your voices and so forth. So it is more than just developing the facilities for Liberta. I think it is a bigger picture, and it is a holistic approach in terms of moving cricket in Antigua and Barbuda forward. You want somewhere places that you can practice the cricket even during the football season, and that is what we're aiming to do.
Most definitely. Well, I am invested quite clearly in your vision going forward, and I must admit that it's going to be a massive effort to undertake, especially at the community level. So how important is the St. Paul's community to the improvement of the Liberta Sports Club?
I think we get good support from the business sector in St. Paul's. We can't complain. Almost every time we write a letter, the next day we hear, come and pick up a check. And even though we try to get them to come up and see, I believe they trust us and they know and they've heard about what we're doing. So I must say that it is quite, we really appreciate what it is. Like I said, the machine that we bought, it cost us about $30,000, and we didn't pay a cent out of the club account. The business sector in St. Paul's, they took care of that, and we are very grateful for that. And we hope that they continue to support this venture, because at the end of the day, St. Paul's and Antigua and the region benefits from their output.
Most definitely. I'm hoping that maybe a few more clubs and associations could take a page out of your book and encourage the community to get involved in the development of cricket here in Antigua.
Well, we have the blueprint, so it is nothing that we're hiding. We have the blueprint. We are willing to share with other communities, other clubs, so they themselves can also make this wonderful sport, move forward.
I get you. So we're not going to hold you much longer. We're 2 balls away from the drinks break. We're going to talk a bit more about some of these developments later. But Guyana 52 for 2. Brianna Samaru and Kiana Litch, the number 4 batsman, coming in. So very restrictive bowling here so far. They've brought it back, the Windward Islands. Daisy Woods and Ami Antoine restricting the Guyanese batswomen or batters to only 5 runs and over. They started out quite strongly, scoring above 8 runs and over. But so far, they have not capitulated, they have not lost wickets in bundles. And they've seen their way through to the halfway stage of the innings. So after 10 overs, the Guyana under 19 women are 53 for 2, looking at a projected total of 108. And hopefully that would be enough to defend. So we're continuing our conversation here with Kenneth Benjamin, former West Indies fast bowler. Development is important, especially at the grassroots level. And I would like to assume that at the under 19 level, a lot of your fundamentals should already be cemented in you. And you're now looking at match awareness, how you progress from there. But in terms of your particular plan for Liberta Sports Club, or something of a blueprint that Antigua or the Leeward Islands could follow, is there any room for improvement at the grassroots level in the primary schools for children to have a love for the game and being able to have a space where they can express that love for the game? I
think one of the things that we have to understand is that the Ministry of Sports is responsible for school cricket. The Cricket Association is responsible for cricket in Antigua and Barbuda. They should be the ones pushing the development. Every team or club in the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association program should have an under 13 and under 15 program. Every team in the ABC program, taking out combined schools, wherever they're from, there's a primary school. So you can't tell me that you're short. You understand? And there's a primary school, male and female. Now, don't tell me about numbers, because if you can only get 6, then it is 6. You start there. But there must be an under 13 male and female program in every team, every club in Antigua and Barbuda. And then you start from there, then you start your competitions. When they go to school, let the Ministry of Sports organize schools competition. But it should start in the community. That's where it started for us. We played cricket at home before we started going to school. The schools normally benefits because there is cricket in the communities. And so they support each other. They go to school, they get more competition. The school play. But the programs should be in the communities. they are the ones, the Cricket Association is responsible for cricket development in Antigua and Barbuda, not the Ministry of Sports. So I think a lot of people get that the wrong way around, where they think, oh, the ministry should have. That should be the Cricket Association should have a youth program.
Agreed. And I do think that this problem extends not only locally but regionally across the Caribbean, where we should be looking to encourage community development as opposed to outsourcing our development to external forces such as the government. I mean, in your days, as you would have mentioned, I mean, cricket was learned playing on the beaches, playing in the roads, playing on the pastures, and I don't think that we have that level of community anymore. So you see a love for the game in the Caribbean dwindling, as opposed to parents, aunts, uncles coming out to the pasture to support whatever is happening at the time. So we're back after the drinks break, and we're going to say goodbye to Mr. Benjamin for his very insightful and powerful message so far on the state of cricket, not only here in Antigua, but across the region. So the Guyana Under-19 women are continuing their innings, 54 for 2, with Daisy Woods continuing from the police station. And I'm rejoined with my co-host Dave Joseph, a former Leeward Islands and West Indies batsman. So Dave Joseph, I'm sure that you agree with a lot of the sentiments of Kenneth Benjamin.
Yeah, well, Asha, I've been in touch with him pretty often. We normally catch up and have a chat.
Ooh, and this is a big miss here by the Windward Islands women's keeper, and it's going to be 5 wides to the cause of the Guyana Under-19 women. They're moving on quite quickly, 59 for 2. So it's going to be important that the Windward Islands women try and restrict them or try and look for wickets right now. They're in a good position. The Guyana Under-19 women 59 for 2. So they have a lot of wickets for the back end of the innings. And this shot is in the air. There's no the extra cover is on the 25-yard circle, so they're able to scamper through for a single. But I would like to see the extra cover and the mid-wicket fielder in a catching position, because I would prefer that you try and hit it over the fielder. So
yeah, well, we spoke about that the last game where he Asha, just on that edge of the square. I think is the right position for that mid-wicket. And extra cover is the same thing, on the edge of the square on the other opposite side.
So they have a floating mid-wicket and a floating point. So they're not all the way back on the boundary. They're 3/4 the way there. And Daisy Woods is looking to get the radar right. I'm not sure she's bowling exactly where the coach would have hoped, but yet again she's doing the job so far. Already collecting a wicket, a bit expensive though, for 11 runs, currently at an economy of just 9.2 or 9.4. But it's going to be a tough ask so far. They're projected to score 116, the Guyana Under-19 women. A bit wide there by Daisy Woods. Looking to go through the covers was Kiana Litch, but they scamper through for a single.
Well fielded in the covers, Asha. A bit of football work. So as we were talking, Asha, about the comments or the sentiments that my good friend Kenneth Benjamin and my ex-teammate would have shared, as I was saying, we normally catch up and talk about cricket all the time, so I'm accustomed to be hearing it, but I just wanted the wider community and the wider world to hear what he has to say about cricket. He's a very passionate guy about his sport, and he is always pushing for the best for cricket, and even more so young cricketers in the Caribbean and around in Antigua.
Yes, I was listening quite keenly to what he was saying, and a lot of his sentiments are directed towards development of the game, to institute some sort of structure into the game. And I have spoken to some coaches abroad as well, especially some coaches from Barbados, and they do have a lot of structure a lot of games being played by the younger generation, on the 13, on the 15, on the 19. They do play a lot of cricket coming up in Barbados, and you're seeing the results of that with Barbados producing a lot of top-level international cricketers. So a lot of cricketers are able to get to the international level from Barbados, and we seem to be struggling here a bit in the Leeward Islands. And I must say that cricket regionally, we're not going to focus too much on the local, but regionally we do need to play a lot more cricket, because that jump from 4-day cricket or from Super 50 cricket to international cricket is a big jump for a lot of these regional cricketers, and it's a steep learning curve for them to get on that international level. So development and structure really is important going forward. As we see a change in bowler from the pavilion end, Devonna Tyson into the attack, and she starts with a wide. So the best thing that we can do for these young women is to allow them the space to play a lot of cricket, top level cricket, play against one another. So more cricket between the countries, between the region, and being able to provide a space for them to practice consistently. So we have a bit of an issue here on the field. Brianna Samaru, it looks like she would have been struck in the helmet going down for an attempted sweep shot. So it may have been a top edge from the bat up onto the grill. If we have a replay, we'll be able to show you a replay of that incident. But hopefully it's not too bad, the damage sustained.
Yeah, let's hope it's not too serious, Asha.
Yeah, most definitely.
I think the ball actually came from bat to looks like a chin or something like that, something of that sort, from my vantage point here. The physio is out there, Asha,
so we have a replay here. So it was down, yes, so it was down the leg side, and she was going for an attempted sweep and a top edge into the grill or the chin.
The chin, yeah.
So a nasty blow there for Brianna Samaru, who was looking good, looking to get set. 4 off of 16. Maybe she was just biding her time until she was ready to explode. But nonetheless, the Guyana on the 19 women in a good position. 63 for 2 so far from 11 overs. So I'm not sure for the wider audience of this cricket match. We're just gonna recap what would have been a match played most recently in the Republic Bank CPL last night in St. Lucia, where the St. Lucia Kings took on the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons, and it was a rain-affected affair. The Kings winning by 3 wickets with 2 balls remaining. So Antigua batted first, and they were struggling, 98 for 9 from their 19 overs, and it was rain-affected. So Sri Lanka, the St. Lucia Kings, only had 8 overs to bat with a revised target of 52. And they got there in the end, but Antigua did put up a fight. So the St. Lucia Kings won that affair. And tonight, we're going to see the Jamaica Kingsmen taking on the Trinbago Knight Riders. So as much as we are here at Ball Beef Liberta, tune into some more regional cricket. The CPL is playing all across the Caribbean here August time. So she's fine. The physio has done her work, and we're back to cricket here at Ball Beef Liberta. Devonna Tyson continuing with Brianna Samaru deemed fit to continue. And this time she's pulling the ball on the leg stump, just looking to help it around the corner, but fielded quite well by the fine leg fielder inside the circle.
Yeah, good to see her not being afraid, Asha, to play that pull shot still after being struck on the chin.
Yeah, she's looking to good
this
heart.
is amazing. She's actually advancing down the track for this delivery. I don't know.
Yeah, it could just be the mentality of you hit me, I'm going to hit you and hit you harder.
Well,
Looking to
that's good to
advance.
see. She has that level of, aggression and confidence. It's a good shot. Pulled away. Down behind square. Looks like it's going to go into the boundary now. And it does for 4.
Yeah, good response there by Brianna Samaru. Down the leg side yet again, and she's just helping that past the square leg fielder, and it trickles into the boundary. So they're going quite well, 67 for 2.
Yesterday, actually, we had all sorts of text messages trying to work out what will be the final score. Pulled away again for 4.
Yeah, this time it looks like she has middled that one. Struck powerfully by Samaru. And it's getting a bit expensive here for Devonna Tyson. A lovely shot there. Again, getting into position quickly. It seems to me that the pull shot is the favored shot of these young batters. And she's moved on to 12 off of 20, inclusive of 2 fours. So they've sent back the fielder all the way on the boundary now. So square leg is floating, and the deep mid-wicket fielder is all the way back. And she's hitting into the leg side again, not getting the timing that she would have wanted. And she's only managed to get a single to the deep mid-wicket. Well, not the deep mid-wicket, but a short mid-wicket fielder.
Who's pretty deep, Asha?
Yeah, she's all the way on the 25-yard circle, so they're looking to restrict them, looking to protect the boundary. Well bowled by Devonna Tyson, cramping Kiana Litch for room, and she's only able to defend into the offside. So after 12 overs, Guyana on the 19 women 72 for 2. And this partnership is moving along quite nicely, a partnership 24 off of 20. So they're looking to take this as deep as possible into the innings. And they're looking to have an explosion at the end. So they've kept wickets in hand, 8 wickets still in the shed for Guyana on the 19 women.
Yeah, I think they did that pretty well yesterday, Asha, in terms of keeping the wickets intact. And in the end, they didn't manage to really, muster a bigger total than they did yesterday in terms of 90. I thought they would have been getting like 120 yesterday, but they fell well short of it. But here for the Windward today, Asha, I'm thinking that Tyson has quite a bit of pace. She's hurrying the Guyanese batters a bit.
Yeah, she seems to be, along with Jada Terrell, the quickest of the Windward on the 19 women's bowlers.
Yeah, I just think that they need to go back to that length that we spoke about earlier on in terms of the fuller length, trying to entice the batters to come on their front foot. And it's a much more difficult length for them to play these young ladies.
Yeah, that length right there, that's the better length to be bowling to these young batters, forcing them to come forward because they seem to be quite comfortable with playing off the back foot.
Yeah.
And allowing the hands to do the work.
Yeah.
So bringing them forward, seeing them hit down the ground is what I would prefer to see.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of that all tournament, Asha. Only a few of the players will step forward and strike the ball down the ground. So it will definitely be the preferred length, the bowl.
Yeah, most definitely. But again, it's all a part of the learning curve for these young women.
Another bit of football work. Ooh, bowl.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're back with you here. Kiana Lynch has been bowled by Daisy Woods. Again, attacking the stumps, getting the ball a bit fuller, which is what we've been asking for here in the commentary box. So, Daisy Woods so far, well bowled, good spell so far. 2.5 overs, 2 for 14. Kiana Lynch goes bowled for 2. And Guyana on the 19 women, 73 for 3, and that brings Sarah Beer in to the wicket in at number 5 for the Guyana on the 19 women.
Windward has just struck again, so they're chipping away wickets slowly.
So a massive appeal to end the over after 13 overs. The Guyana on the 19 women, 73 for 3. Still in a good position, Mr. Joseph, to target a score of about 120.
Yeah, they're right along that line in terms of getting that end figure. But the Windwards will have, the things up their sleeves, looking to peg them back as much as possible. I think for what we have seen here, Asha, that total around 90, 100 is going to pose problems for anybody who's chasing. Unless something really dramatic happens. Well bowled by Tyson. I think the Windwards need to close a bit tighter on these batters. Once they stop these singers, Asha, they'll induce some rash shots in terms of the big shots.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, pressure and dot balls is the name of the game here. So they're gonna want to bowl as much dot balls as possible to these batsmen, especially the new batsmen. As we see Sarah Beer looking to go over to the top, and she goes.
Number 7 again, taking a catch. Asha.
Another catch for number 7, running around from the cover position. So again, dot balls are doing it here for the Windward Islands. They're clawing their way back into this encounter. Sarah Beer looking to go over the top, it looks like. A bit of width by Devonna Tyson. And she's not able to get it over the top. No foot movement by Sarah Beer. And a comfortable catch for the number 7 fielder.
Yeah, Adams, the number 7 fielder.
Yeah, Michaela Adams.
She's been brilliant in the field after 3 catches so far. And she looks pretty competent. Nice and relaxed under them when she's taking the catches. So,
yeah, most definitely. I mean, this is what the Windward Islands would have been hoping for, to get back in the game. A few quick wickets. So a double strike, 2 wickets in 2 overs. The Guyana on the 19 women, 74 for 4.
So we've seen some changes in the field. We've seen the extra cover being brought a bit tighter, as you were asking for, on the mid wicket.
Yeah, it seems like they're going into for the attack now. They're going in, trying to prize some more wickets. As you see, Devonna Tyson continuing from the pavilion end. And again, lovely length, good line. Looking to force that down the ground was the incoming batsman, number 63, the vice captain, Akila Stephens. Well, what I would like to see is that number 10 fielder at mid-off come inside the
tighter.
circle. Yeah, come inside the circle. Force them to go over the top.
Well, cover is mid wicket is in a bit tighter. Cover is in tight. Pulled away for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot there. Another example of the Guyana under 19 women loving the pull shot. Just straying onto the pads a bit too short by Devonna Tyson, and Brianna Samaru capitalizes, pounces all over that, and another boundary behind square leg for 4.
Yeah, she seems to favor that pull shot, Asha. She plays it pretty well. Asha, that ball actually went all the way down by your nice fruits on the ground down there. Asha. Quite a few of them have been down.
I've yet to attack that mango tree. I mean, it's laden. I mean, I haven't been in a mango tree for the last maybe year and a half. I'm not going to doubt my climbing skills, but it's raining right now.
Again.
Another pull shot. This one in the air, one bounce to the mid wicket fielder, well fielded. So at the end of over number 14, 6 overs left in the innings, Guyana under 19 women 80 for 4. As we look to our east and see some clouds coming in, rolling in over the hill, a bit ominous. Those clouds, Mr. Joseph, dark grey, looking a bit heavy.
Yeah, it's actually looking darker than those we have saw for the morning, Asha. So let's hope it's not too serious. So Guyana motoring along. Ooh, missed there by the wicket keeper. By to actually missed by the batter too. Thought she might have got bat on that onto that just now, but she didn't.
Yeah, so we're just looking to cover all bases here in the commentary box. The groundsmen are getting into position, looking to cover down again, as we're gonna most likely experience another rain interruption shortly.
Yeah, and they've called the groundsman on with the covers, so
They're not taking any chances.
yeah, not taking any chance. This is looking much more serious than the other showers that we had before.
This one seems to be a full cloud coverage. Not much breaking this clouds, and the breeze is not as heavy, as strong as it was before. So this one might be here to stay for a bit, maybe for a 20 minutes or 30 minutes. But we're going to take another break in play here at the Ball Beef Sports Club, and we're just going to take this time to interact with some of the fans on the live chat, whoever is viewing our live coverage of this game on YouTube. So we're going to say good morning still and welcome to our live chat, and we're going to have a discussion with some of our viewers here on the live chat. What do you think is the best course of action forward for the development of women's cricket and youth cricket here in the Caribbean and across the West Indies? So you, the fans, have your say. Do you think that we require more funding? Do you think that we require more structure, planning and development in terms of expertise of coaching and support staff for the youth? You can share your views here and we'll have a conversation about it on this live chat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Ball Beef Liberta in St. Paul's, Antigua and Barbuda for the resumption of play between the Windward Islands and Guyana on the 19 women. The Guyana on the 19 women are continuing their innings in a very strong position. They are currently 81 for 4, 14.2 overs. Daisy Woods has had a good day with the ball so far, looking to complete her spell of bowling. So she's in again. And that ball is up in the air. It's over mid-off. And they're looking to come back 4-2. They say no. And it is a comfortable single in the end. So this is a very good ploy by the Windward Islands on the 19s. Looking to restrict the Guyana batsmen, forcing them to hit over the top, which is a good ploy by them. So it's easier to give away the single looking for a wicket. But again, 5 overs left after the end of this over. Daisy Woods continuing. She's bowling well so far. They're looking to pull into the leg side, beating the square leg fielder. Only settling for 1, Brianna Samaru. So the Guyana on the 19 women are looking to put their foot on the accelerator pedal, looking to maximize scoring, looking to get maybe another 40 runs in the final 5 overs. And we're at the end of the over. I'm going to come back to some of the comments on the live chat of our YouTube coverage. At the end of the over, 5 overs left, and the Guyana on the 19 women are 83 for 4, and Daisy Woods finishes her spell of bowling, her quota 4 overs, 2 for 16. So very well bowled by Daisy Woods. That when the Guyana on the 19 women were steaming away at over 8 runs and over, she came and did a good job bringing that back down to just about 5 runs and over. So we're going to see a reintroduction into the attack. Number 10, Giada Small from the pavilion end. And just to continue, I would have asked a question during the rain break, as in what could we do to get back to competitive cricket amongst the ladies and around the region. And I have seen some of your replies, and those seem to be some very good ideas. More structure, more planning, but how or what kind of structure would you like to see going forward? But Giada Small back into the attack. Very well bowled, good line and length, just outside the line of off stump. A good length delivery, not short enough to get back and cut. So bringing the batsman forward is the name of the game. And she's looking to pull into the leg side. Appeal not out said by umpire Auguste, standing umpire. So they're bowling with 2 women outside of the 25-yard circle, deep mid-wicket, and a floating square leg. Not all the way on the boundary, just about 3/4 of the way. And a single taken, a quick single down to mid-on. And the strike rotates yet again. So she's going to have to come and do a job here. Giada Small looking to close out this innings. A bit short, pulled into the leg side, fielded by the mid-on fielder, and they scamper through for a quick single. So the target, again, they're looking to target a bit, I guess 30 or 40 more runs. The projected score is 108, but they're going to want to add at least 10 more to that. 118, 125 may be the target. And she's swinging into the leg side, and it's stopped with the boot by the deep mid-wicket fielder. There's some confusion. And that one is going to be sore in the morning because I'm not sure if it hit the boot or the ankle. But she got that down just in time to save a shore boundary. And they only get a single. So Brianna Samaru, so far 22 off of 33 deliveries. The batsman who is on strike, a partnership of 12 off of 16 so far as we come to the end of the 16th over. The Guyana women's on the 19 team, 86 for 4. So after 16 overs, there's going to be a change in bowling from the police station end. And it's lovely seeing women's cricket here in Antigua and Barbuda. And it's going to be a very good experience for these young women who has aspirations of going to the next level. And this is where it starts. Right here in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars on the 19 tournament 2026. So Jada Tyrrell back into the attack after an expensive first spell, 2 overs for 22. She will be looking to correct that in this second spell. Only 4 overs left, so most likely she's going to bowl this, the 17th over and the 19th over of the innings. So the back end bowlers tend to be going for a bit more, but she will be looking to rectify that and restrict the Guyana on the 19s to a target that is chaseable. So Tyrrell in again. A massive appeal by Tyrrell, said not out by the umpire. Could be going down the leg side, but again, Samaru looking to pull. That one not short enough, in my opinion, to pull, but again, that is the shot that they are comfortable with. So they will be looking to maximize. Only fine leg, third man, and the cover sweeper fielder out on the boundary, so could be targeting the square leg region to get a boundary. So Jada Tyrrell just getting a bit wide, maybe looking to mix it up. So there's going to be some on the stumps and some outside just to mix it up, keep the batsman guessing, the batter guessing, sorry. So for some of the spectators and watchers who would have been asking, overs remain the same so far, no overs reduced, so it's a full 20 over game so far. Haven't lost any time or any overs. Joining me back in the commentary booth is former West Indies and Leeward Islands batsman Dave Joseph. Dave, welcome back. What do you think of the situation currently of the game?
Yeah, well, as I say, rain keeps intervening. It's going to be making it difficult for the players, both batters and bowlers alike, and fielders. You have a wet ball to bowl, slippery, ball, and the batters will have to restart again, refocus. So it's going to be a difficult, task for them.
Most definitely, but that's well bowled by Tyrrell, getting that
well played
into the bat,
yeah.
Into the pads, and well played. Just a calm flick shot, not looking to turn their wrist and break their wrist too early. But the end of the over, very good comeback by Jada Tyrrell.
Yeah, so it's 86 for 3. That's the score, Asha. 86 for 4.
86 for 4.
For 4, yeah.
So a maiden bowled by Jada Tyrrell. Good comeback by her.
Another
And
4 overs to go.
4 overs, 3 overs to go now. So 18 deliveries, 18 legal deliveries left in the innings. Number 22 returning for the Windward Islands, Amy Antwine from the pavilion end. Power play signaled by the standing umpire.
It's an over 8 penalty, slow over 8. That's the signal just now, so they can only have 2 fielders, 3 fielders out.
So as per the rules of the T20 game now, as being instituted when you are bowling behind the over 8, and that is a strong pull shot there into the leg side. There's nobody on the square leg boundary, and they pick up a 4 on the first ball of the over of Amy Antwine. Akila Stephens, good shot.
Yeah, so this is what I was telling Asha. I see the bowler already struggling with a wet ball. I think they would actually need a rag, especially like how the ball has been hit into the outfield, to dry the ball. So they will definitely need a rag, I believe.
Yeah, this is going to be testing times for the Windward Islands bowlers, having to fight with a wet ball. So all of it a learning experience for these young women. So for a spinner, it looks like she's a wrist or a finger spinner. I'm not sure which one. To be able to grip the ball at this point in time, maybe. And it's bowled. It's 4 and out for Akila Stephen after clearing the infield, and they setting a fielder right back on that square leg boundary. She tries to repeat the dose, but this ball is a bit fuller on the stumps by Amy Antwine, and you miss, I hit, and Akila Stephen goes for 7, bowled by Amy Antwine.
Yeah, that's what we've been talking about, Asha. You've got to keep the stumps in play. And once the batters miss, you will hit. It's either going to hit the pads and going to be plumb in front, or the stumps and being bowled. So very good line bowled by the young Windward Island bowler. Straight.
Yeah, well bowled. Good control by Amy Antwine. As we see number 45 strolling out to the middle. Captain Denelli Mans. So she's going to have... So there's wickets in hand, still 5 wickets in hand. 16 deliveries left in the innings, Mr. Joseph. So they're going to try to capitalize and maybe look for a bit, some big shots now.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. But again, I keep saying you just don't know if they have these shots in their repertoire. So it will be left for us to see. Young man's just get into the crease. Ooh. An attempted big shot, Asha. Looking to heave over mid-wicket.
Yes,
Miss.
as we would say in our version of cricket, we have the license. So there's a definite license granted to the batsman now to go for it, have a go. We're looking to... The target that we're looking is 120, but not able to make connection with that one, Denelli Mans. So she gets a single, a leg by to turn over the score.
That's out leg before.
And it's given its two wickets in the over for Amy Antwine. She traps Brianna Samaru, who was batting well, LBW, right in front. And she goes for 23 off of 41. A good innings by Daniel Samaru has to come to an end by way of very good bowling by Amy Antwine. Guyana 91 for 6.
Yeah, Guyana really now. Seems like they're heading, just over the total that they got yesterday. And we saw the same thing happening yesterday. Actually, lots of wickets falling in this last couple of overs for Guyana. So they're basically looking like they're repeating what went on yesterday. Well, let's hope they can, get a good, better score than they did yesterday. At least get up to 100.
Yes,
or maybe you said as 120.
Yeah, 120 is the target, but it may be looking a bit more difficult to attain at this moment in time, as we see number 60 approaching the crease, Christina Jackson. And by the reaction of the keeper, that may have been an outside edge dropped. But this is a good comeback by the Windward Islands women. A very good comeback indeed. So 2 dot balls to finish the 18th over. A very good over for the Windward Islands. After 18 overs, the score 91 for 6. So 2 overs left in the innings. And Jada Terrell will be looking to repeat the dose of the maiden over bowled before. Target the stumps.
It's a change of bowling, Asha.
Yeah, change in bowling. It's not going to be Jada Terrell. It's going to be number 45, Devonna Tyson. So maybe it's... So it could be a situation where Devonna Tyson will bowl the 19th and Jada Terrell bowls the 20th. But Devonna Tyson in, very well bowled on the off stump. And it's looking like it's just going to be a single, just in the gap between point and third man. So the Windward Islands would be looking to restrict Guyana to under 100, and that way may give them more belief in their chase. Short ball by Devonna Tyson. Rush the batsman just ever so slightly, so not being able to get the contact that she would have wanted, and they scamper through for a quick single inside the circle.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Asha, young man's is a very young, aggressive player. Yesterday she was bowling and was pretty aggressive in the field.
Ooh. And very well stopped, a sharp stop, and look, very well done by the bowler Devonna Tyson. That ball was coming back with some pace, and she was able to get a hand on it and still be aware enough to collect and attempt a run out. So very good cricket by Devonna Tyson.
Yeah, Tyson looks to be one of the better players for the Windies, without a doubt, Asha.
So dot ball again for Devonna Tyson. It was hit hard by Denelli Mans, and I must say, good recovery by Devonna Tyson in the end. So they've really done a good job in the second half of the Guyana innings as the Windward Islands in restricting them.
Yeah,
and
that's a good shot, good swing, good single to Asha.
Yeah, very good single there.
Good just sharp single. Ball being played up the mid wicket, and they were off in a flash.
Most definitely, just playing that ball into the gap, not looking for too much power, just looking to rotate the strike, and that's going to be important at this stage of the game. Tyson in again, a swing and a miss to end the 19th over. So one more over left in the Guyana under 19 women's innings. and the score is 95 for 6. So they're in trouble a bit, a very substantial total by the Guyana under 19 women so far, but they're in danger of not meeting the 100 run mark. And to bowl the last over of the innings,
is going to be Tyrrell, the opening bowler. Yeah, that looks pretty much
yes,
that way.
number 68, so 66. 66, number 66, Jada Tyrrell is going to bowl the final over.
Well bowled, good start to this over, Asha.
Yes, her second spell, and now this being her third, just a change of ends for Jada Tyrrell. She is very good, a very vast improvement from this morning. Lovely control and length.
Well, she has two right-handers to bowl to, it makes it easier for Asha. She doesn't have to change lines. So all she has to do is to land down in the right hand the same area all the time.
Well bowled yet again by Jada Tyrrell, and well taken by the keeper, just passing in between the stump and the batter. Not easy. So she kept her eyes on the ball. So Christina Jackson, the Guyana batsman, is going to have to try and find a way to
get some runs.
Yes, that's correct. Tyrrell in again, this time back of a length and a little bubble, just a slight one,
and a quick single taken.
And a quick single taken signaled by the umpire.
As I said to you earlier, Asha, this young player, man, she's very aggressive. She's gonna look to run that quick single. So these fielders have got to be on the lookout for that. They need to close down a bit tighter, put some more pressure on man and Jackson to stay in the crease. Shot. Well fielded in the covers. Single taken.
Yeah, good shot there, just not enough power behind of that one, so she wasn't able to beat the fielders inside the circle, but they still scamper through for a quick single. So they're trying to get their 97 with 2 balls remaining. And I'm not sure what happened there. Some miscommunication between the keeper and the bowler. The bowler didn't seem too interested.
Yeah, the keeper tried to throw the stumps down while the bowlers already turned back to walk back.
They didn't seem too
didn't
interested.
realize that the ball was coming to her. So the batters went through for a single. Yeah, I thought that delivery was a bit high there, Asha. I think it was over the waist.
Not called.
Not called.
So 100 up. They've reached that target. The Guyana under 19 women 100 up with 1 ball remaining. So Danelli Mann and Christina Jackson are both telling themselves they're just going to run at everything, and they attempted to do so, but the keeper was quicker.
Yeah, good work by the wicket keeper.
Yeah, number 4,
George.
Kayla George, and a wicket to end the Guyana under 19 women's innings. They finish their innings on 100 for 7, a square 100, and is going to require a target of 101 to win for the Windward Islands under 19 women.
Yeah,
So-
Asha. Sorry, go ahead, keep going.
So just a recap of the scores. The Guyana under 19 women 100 for 6 on the back of two good scores. Jada Fraser, 23 off of 33 deliveries with 3 4s, and Brianna Samaru, 23 off 41 with 3 4s as well. The pick of the bowlers for the Windward Islands on the 19 women would have been the standout Amy Antwine, 4 overs, 2 for 13, and Daisy Woods, 4 overs, 2 for 16, accompanied by Giada Small, 4 overs, 1 for 12. So very disciplined enough bowling by the Windward on the 19 women after starting out their innings scoring at around 8 or 9 runs and over. The Guyana on the 19 women have been reduced to 100 for 7. So is this a gettable target, Mr. Joseph?
Well, it's going to take some getting, Asha. As you know, runs on the board is always runs on the board. You got to go and get them if you're going to be chasing. And sometimes chasing is not very easy, especially when you're losing wickets. So let's hope that, Windwards can, put up a good showing and at least, if not chase it down, get close to it.
And that's the insights from Dave Joseph, former West Indies and Leeward Islands batsman. So we're going to take a short innings break, and then when we get back, we'll be right back with more action between the Windward Islands and Guyana women on the 19 in this edition of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Women's on 19 Tournament 2026. Ladies and gentlemen and viewers from around the globe and around the region, welcome back to Ball Beef Liberta for the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Women Under 19 Championship 2026 between the Windward Islands and Guyana in this fifth place playoff match. We return to the field with the Windward Islands women requiring 101 for victory after the Guyana Under 19 women scored 100 for 7 on the back of Jada Fraser and Brianna Samaru, who both scored 23. So we are back here live with number 14 and number 24 making their way out to the middle for the Windward Islands. So Brianna Marcelin and Daisy Woods to open the batting for the Windward Islands. I am joined here with former West Indies and a Leeward Islands batter, Dave Joseph. Dave, how would you approach this run chase as the coach?
Yeah, well, it's going to be pretty simple, Asha. You've got to try to get your singles first up. So you look to get your singles, knock it around ones and twos, and then bad balls, you put it away. That's basic cricket you got to play, Asha. As I said, I saw the Leewards yesterday actually put on a clinical finish yesterday, chasing down 90 yard, Guyana made. But I'll tell you, young Thomas, who just started, picked up quite a bit of wickets yesterday. She was on point yesterday. Not quick at all, but very straight with the stumps.
Yes, opening the bowling for Guyana Under 19 women, Shaneza Thomas from the pavilion end. And she seems to have started well with a bit of movement away from the batsman. Daisy with the batter, Daisy Woods. So they'll be looking to Shaneza Thomas. Shaneza Thomas to get an early breakthrough here as we see a ball going down the leg side. So Daisy Woods and Brianna Marcelin opening the batting for the Windward Islands. And well driven. They get in an inside edge down to fine leg when they scamper through for a single.
Yeah, I think so it's a left and right hand combination for the Windwards, opening pair. So this is going to pose some problems for the Guyana attack.
Yeah, that's correct. The same
Keep
thing
adjusting
with
their lines and lengths.
the same thing that would have happened in the first innings with Jada Terrell, that the left and right hand caused some issues. But good start nonetheless for Shaneza Thomas.
Yeah, as I said, actually they'll need to pick up the singles. At least look to do that.
Wide signal by the umpire. So they're starting with two back, fine leg and third man. So not starting with the deep square leg. I'm not sure as to the proficiency of the Windward Islands batters when it comes to pulling and playing the shot square of the wicket, but that's yet to be seen as we see Thomas coming around the wicket, and that's well bowled. That's the length that they'll be looking for, bringing the batsman forward. And she's getting a bit of movement in the air with the breeze coming east to west, so she's getting some in-swing into the left-hander. So there was a bit of a mishap by the wicketkeeper, wide down the leg side, signaled by the umpire yet again. But a slight misfeel allows them to come through for a single, so 2 wides.
We see a slight change in the field. Sometimes I wonder why Asher a right-hander comes into strike and the third man on the fine leg switch position. I'm trying to figure out why.
I've never understood that specific behavior, because you're on the boundary already and you should be able to field whatever comes at you, whether they flick or whether it's an outside edge. So
Yeah, well,
very
guess-
interesting.
I guess it keeps them going anyway. Ooh.
And that's bowled. The final ball of the first over provides the breakthrough that the Guyana under 19 women would have wanted. Daisy Woods goes trying to swing that away into the leg side and not getting the connection that she would have wanted, and that hit the off stump, and she goes bowled by
Yeah.
Shaneza Thomas. Well bowled.
Yeah, well bowled. As I said to you, Asher, Thomas bowled pretty well yesterday. She got a couple of wickets too. If my memory serves me correct, I think she got at least 3 wickets yesterday. As I said, not much pace, but she's very accurate in terms of keeping the stumps in play. So is this George coming in? Yeah, I think so. George coming in for the Windward Islands.
Yeah, number 4, the captain. In at number 3, Kayla George. So she's going to want to steady the ship here. Yeah, so after the first over, the Windward Islands 5 for 1.
Yeah, so the Windwards will have to try to find a way, as you said earlier on, Asher. Try to get some runs. Does not mean it has to come in boundaries, that you need to try to at least pick up the singles. I think the fielders are back 25 yards circle, so they have a great opportunity to at least get a single, drop and run. Work the ball, push it somewhere into the offside, and take a single.
Yeah, most definitely. So we're seeing the first of Christina Jackson here. Bowling to Brianna Marcelin, and it's wide. She's looking to try and fillet that slash through the offside, but to no avail. She doesn't get the connection.
Yeah, I think Jackson had some issues yesterday, bowling quite a few wides too. So let's hope she can make amends today and bring about a change in terms of bowling the wides, not bowling too many wides today. So young Marcelin, instead of going for power, Asher should be looking to, drop and run just in front of her and take a quick single. Get off strike.
Yes, we're going to see Jackson continuing. Well bowled again, just driven into the mid-wicket fielder. So it doesn't seem like that she's going to have to look for timing and placement if she's going to beat the gaps. There's a big gap between square leg and mid-wicket, so she would be able to turn the ball into that gap, but it's better to play with a straight bat.
Yeah, well, she can probably look to get a single on the offside when the opportunity arises. But she's just playing across it, pulling it into the mid-wicket region. And Mans has positioned herself at short mid-wicket, and they won't be able to run a single the Asher. That's pretty close.
Yeah, so it's going to be a tough ask so far for Brianna Marcelin. Doesn't look comfortable at the creases yet. She just needs to play herself in. Hopefully she'll be able to pick up later on in the innings. So that was hanging in the air for a little bit, just scooped up, trying to access that gap on the leg side between the mid wicket and the square leg fielder, but she just wasn't able to get it exactly how she wanted it. So good start so far from by Christina Jackson. Only 2 runs coming off the over so far. She'll be looking to close out this over.
Well, I don't think Guyana will too mind that single Asher. Keeps
Yes.
young Marcelin, who's going to be on strike. You've got 2 more balls left in this over.
One ball
One
left.
more ball, so they'll get on strike to face the next over. She doesn't have that sort of power to get the ball away, it seems like, so far. So they'll be happy to bowl to her and bowl more dot balls to her and then keep rotating and getting on strike.
Oh, so the bail would have blown off. So the umpire just sticking out his hand just to stop the bowler, but he was a little bit too late. But I agree. Brianna Marcelin seems to be struggling so far, so she might be the batsman that they want to keep on strike, just to bowl a few dot balls at her and not allow Keela George to strike, as we see Keela George facing up for the first time this innings.
So wide down the leg side.
Wide on the leg side called by the umpire.
It's another wide signal again by the umpire. Yeah, sure, we have seen, as I've been saying, to set with the average of at least 20 to 25 extras in each of these games that have been a little sore point. So we gotta, I guess the coaches will have to work on that, trimming down that number of extras. Wide balls, no balls.
Well, I do believe that is just going to come with some time and a lot of practice. But we get through the end of this over. After 2 overs, the Windward Islands 11 for 1.
Yeah, I think we had a situation yesterday where the Leewards actually bowled 2 extra overs because of no balls. So that's something that you'd have to look at and, stay working at it to trim it down. I rather like to see young Thomas. Asha, she's not opted to go for pace. She has looked to go for more control than anything else, and she's been doing pretty fine and pretty well at it.
Well, most definitely. I mean, what you lack in power, you most certainly can make up for in precision.
Wide.
So my little advice for Brianna Marcelin is you may not be powerful, but you can hit the gaps. As you would have mentioned before, Mr. Joseph, you would have taken quick singles where available and just keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, you need to at least pick up a single or 2 in each over. Keep rotating the strike. Nice little on drive. Driven up to mid wicket by George.
Yeah, well played, Kayla George. So far, we haven't seen a scoring shot as yet, but so far so good. She's well put together at the crease.
Driven past extra cover, but nicely backed up by the mid-off fielder.
So a single to Kayla George, looking to sweep a full toss there, not getting the connection that she would have wanted, and they scamper through for a single.
Yeah, well, young Martin was very quickly through. Asha for the single, the sharp single. So I'm here thinking that she should be able to run a few singles between the wickets whenever she's batting, but she needs to have that presence of mind to know whether I need to take a single here or there.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, she's gonna have to be looking to score.
Yeah, that's what you need to do.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
That is not a signal you should have given away like that. That is signal.
That's a very good by Brianna Marcelin. I do believe that she's gonna have to be proactive and positive, looking to score, not slogging, but looking to score, looking for those singles and take them when they are available. Oh, and that's a loud appeal. And that's given by the
before.
umpire. Kayla George. She goes. LBW once again to Shanisa Thomas. Bowling falling straight, getting the radar right on that occasion. And Kayla George has to go for one.
Yeah, I think young George was guilty of playing across the line of that delivery, Asha. And as I said to you earlier on, young Thomas has been keeping the stumps in place since yesterday, bowling pretty straight. And so she has gotten another wicket, bowling straight at the stumps.
Yes, I mean that is the name of the game here. Bowling full and straight. And she was playing some good on drives to start. I believe that she could have played straight, just a little bit too square. She was looking in on that particular occasion, and that led to her downfall. But we see number 66 come into the crease. Number 66, Jada Tyrrell. So 14 for 2, losing 2 wickets within the power play so far is the Windward Islands on the 19 women. So not the start that they would have wanted, I'm sure. But they're going to have to, these two batsmen are really going to have to do a bulk of the work in trying to get them towards that total of 101. So we're going to see Thomas continuing for Jada Tyrrell to face her first delivery. Just a bit too excited there is Thomas, just missing the run up a bit. Maybe a bit of eagerness. Good start by Jada Tyrrell, and a dot ball to end the over after 3 overs. The Windward Island women 14 for 2, and there's a lot resting on the young shoulders of Tyrrell and Marcelin. They're going to have to do a majority of the work here to rebuild the innings, maybe put on a 40-run partnership, a 50-run partnership to steer their team closer to a victory, give them a better chance of winning.
Not sure of the number in terms of the runs for the partnership, Asha, but they need to put a partnership together. Partnerships are pretty necessary in terms of batting and in cricket on a whole.
So Christina Jackson continuing from the police station end. One of the few bowlers utilizing a double jump when bowling. Wide signaled by the umpire. So extras are a big part of this game. 30 extras conceded by the Windward Islands in their bowling innings. So out of 100, that's a third of runs coming in extra. So not a good sign. And Guyana would want to limit the amount of extras being bowled, as we see another wide being bowled. So she just gotta calm down, go through her routine, make sure that she's bowling properly instead of panicking about the wides being bowled.
Yeah, well, she has gone around the wicket, Asha. Let's hope that she'll adjust the line so that it's not wide and be a bit straighter to the batter or the stumps.
Well, this one is a bit
Wow.
better. It's in the air and it's caught.
Ball and caught. Marcelin goes. Ball and caught. Jackson.
And just like that, out of nowhere, against the run of play, Christina Jackson has prized the wicket. Brianna Marcelin goes caught and bowled off of Christina Jackson for 2. The ball was a very good length delivery on the stumps, and she tried to drive it down to the mid-on region, but it only ended up going back towards the bowler and very well caught. And the Windward Islands are in further trouble at 16 for 3.
Yeah, 16 for 3. Windward Islands actually reeling here now. And it's the Guyanese are happy to have taken the wicket because Jackson would have bowled, a couple of wides just before that wicket taking delivery. And I think this can sometimes pose a problem for you to Asha when the bowler is not getting the radar right. So you're there waiting, wondering what's going to come next. But it's all in the name of cricket. Is this Tyson?
No, number 7 is
Adams.
Michaela Adams.
Adams.
In at number 5 for the Windward Islands on the 19 women.
So Jackson is back over the wicket. Let's hope that wicket would have done her confidence quite a bit of good. Looks pretty much that way. Well bowled. Nice and straight under the stumps.
Very good follow-up delivery by Jackson to Michaela Adams. First ball on the stumps, attacking the stumps, and she wasn't able to score. So this is what they're going to have to do again on 19 women. Just bowl dot balls, build pressure, build pressure, build pressure.
So no ball delivered. Ball bouncing twice before it got to the batter. Free hit.
So Michaela Adams will want to capitalize on this free hit, making it a bit easier for the Windward Islands. No ball again, signaled by
But
the
that's pulled
umpire.
away. Excellent shot before Asha.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot there by Michaela Adams. She was able to cash in as she would have on that free hit and let the hands do the work through the line of the ball, and 4 to the score.
Yeah, well, we have seen some of these players Asha not being having the presence of mind even when there's a free hit, know what they want to do. But young Adams was definitely sure what she wanted to do with this free hit delivery, and she capitalized on it. As he said, spanking it through mid-wicket for 4.
So one more ball to come in this Christina Jackson over. The Windward Islands 22 for 3. So end of the over after 4 overs. The Windward Islands 22 for 3.
Yeah, as I said, the Windward Islands, they're struggling, 22 for 3. They'll need to get some runs, Asha, to put themselves back in the game. So Young Mans is going to come into the attack.
Number 45 is into the attack, and the captain gets a wicket into the attack. The Nelly Mans.
Played on.
And that's a little inside edge on to the stumps. And the Windward Islands are in deep trouble here. 23 for 4. And the Guyana under 19 women are stating and roaring here back into this match.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Asha, as I said earlier on, Young Mans is not going to be an easy bowler to get by. She's going to be a handful, and she's pretty aggressive. Yesterday we saw putting on a performance, and even with her field placement, Asha, she was pretty aggressive. Calling on her players out there in the middle.
Well, all the good signs of a strong captain in the future. So she's grabbing her teammates and saying, come on, let's go, let's win this match. And it's a good start for her bowling. And we see number 45 strolling to the crease, Devona Tyson. So it's Terrell and Tyson at the crease.
Yeah, these two Asha bowl pretty well for the Windward, so let's hope they can bat well and make a game of it for the Windward Islands. And again, I think that 5 would look better than 6, so the winner will take 5th position, and the loser will go to the 6th position. So I think they'll be happy. Guyana will want to take 5th position, and Windwards are looking to do the same. Young Man's eager to go. She has got a wicket.
Yeah, just a change
First
in
ball.
feel.
Yeah.
Just a change in feel. Mid-wicket going across to extra cover, just bolstering the offside. And she has a mid-on floating 3/4 of the way, as well as a square leg. And Devona Tyson's first ball is driven into the offside for no run. So it's going to be a tough ask for the Windward Islands. 79 required from 94 balls. So by equation, it should be a comfortable victory. But wickets falling is the issue. And the Nelly Mans is looking to continue to take wickets. As this is well bowled again, full in and at the pads.
Yeah, I think Young Man's Asha is a bright spot for the future for women's cricket in the Caribbean. She has very good control when she bowls.
There's very good control indeed by young Denelli Mans. So she's controlled the ball well, controlled her length well. And a wicket maiden to start for Denelli Mans. So after 5 overs, the Windward Islands under 19 women 22 for 4.
Dead ball signal just now by the umpire. I think the bails came off down at the far end.
So I'd have to rescind that. Hopefully it's a dot ball and I don't give the commentator's curse. So 1 ball to come in, the man's over.
Well bowled, well
And-
fielded in the covers.
And it remains a wicket maiden. So good start for the Nelly Mans to her spell. The Windward Islands 22 for 4. So it's going to be a tough ask going forward. 1 more over left in the power play, so they're going to have to try and capitalize, maybe get 2 or 3 fours from this final power play over.
So change of bowling for the Guyana under 19 women's. It's going to be young Leach to pick up the attack from the police wooden or the mango chain, as you call it, Asha.
Yeah, most definitely the Mango Tree or police station, whatever is over there, that end, and the pavilion end over here. So Kiana Lynch or Leach is into the attack. So spin from both ends. From my recollection, this would have been the duo of spin that would have dampened a lot and reduced and slowed down a lot of the teams throughout the tournament. These two spin twins, as you would call them, and she started well.
Yeah, like a awareness, Asha. As she bowls, she knows where the ball is going to go. So she's at very already advanced into that area.
Yeah, quick single there by Terrell. So just looking to rotate the strike if they can't get it to the boundary. But Kiana Lynch, she knows where she wants to bowl and what she wants the batsman to do, which is a good cricket brain in the making.
Yeah, very good thing. At least she's thinking. Ooh, well bowled, Asha.
Yeah, this is very, very well bowled by Leach.
I think we saw a bit of hint of turn there just now, Asha.
Yes, this is a very good pitch as we would have spoken to Kenneth Benjamin earlier. So a little something for everybody, a little turn for the spinners, purchase for the bowl for the fast bowlers. Just a slight hiccup in the field. They scamper through for a quick single into the offside. It's a ring field on the offside, so very, very risky single. But they're trying to keep the scoreboard ticking, even though they're not finding the boundary.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing to do, Asha. Keep picking up the singles. Whenever you get an opportunity with a bad ball, you put it away. So you've got to make sure you're scoring.
So Leach
Keep that
looking
run
for
rate
wickets. And Terrell looking to score. It seems to me that Leach is winning so far. Terrell getting a bit antsy. She's been in for 6 balls now, only been able to score 1. So there's a bit of anticipation that something may happen. A wicket may be around the corner. As we see another well bowled delivery by Kiana Lynch. And that's the end of the power play. After 6 overs, the Windward Islands women 24 for 4.
Yeah, 24 for 4 Windwards. They will definitely need to keep, picking up the ones, Asha, and the twos. But it's not going to be easy because Young Mans is a pretty competitive young player. And as I said, she bowls with, real control. Nice little tidy young leg spinner.
So the Nelly Leach is going to be continuing.
No, Mans.
Mans is going to be continuing from the pavilion end. this time. Now with the power play finish, he has 3 fielders outside. 3/4 of the way with a mid-on, deep mid-wicket and deep square leg. Played into the leg side, into the offside by Tyson. So she's doing well so far, is the young man's. They're not able to score off of her. Just pushed into the offside yet again. So they're not looking too confident to against the spin of Denelli Mans and Kiana Litch. And Tyson is pulling into the leg side, only getting a single collected cleanly by the deep square leg fielder.
Yeah, young man's marshalling the troops. I think this is another young player who understands what she wants to do.
Yeah, most definitely. She's setting her fields and trying to bowl to those fields. Another well bowled delivery.
Well played to Asha.
Very well played. Coming forward was
Terrell.
Some batsmen would have been trapped on the back foot, but she was able to read the length well.
Wow.
Oh, and that's through the hands of the extra cover fielder, and that's going down to the boundary. Well stopped. Well stopped by number 55. And one shot signaled by the umpire. So number 55 for the Guyana on the 19 women. I'll get that name for you shortly, but I'm not seeing it here. Alia Henry was the fielder at mid-off, and she was able to pull that back quite comfortably. So, an eventful over by Denelli Mans. Only 2 off of it. And the Guyana on the 19 women are putting the brakes on the Windward Islands on the 19 women batting innings. Only 26 for 4 after 7 overs.
I'll tell you, young mans will not be happy with that field and extra cover. As I said to you, she's pretty aggressive. She wants everybody to be on the same level as she is. I'll tell you, she'll be thinking that there should be a catch being taken there just now.
Yeah, that ball just getting to the fielder a bit quicker than she would have expected. But nonetheless, no harm, no foul. Only 2 to the score. And Litches go looking to continue in the same vein and restrict the Windward Islands batters as much as possible.
Shot.
A lovely shot, but for no run down to the mid-off fielder.
Yeah, Tyson will have to look to pick up some singles, not all for the big shots. Wow. Well fielded in the offside. Well shadowed by the extra cover. Kept them in the crease for quite a bit of time, so they could not attempt a run. Leach bowls. Another maiden, another dot ball. Missed by the wicket keeper just now. One by. Also, there's no signal, so which means she got buttoned to it. Maybe a little on the edge. For Tyson. That brings Terrell and strike. That's a good shot. Single, taken up to mid-off. Was pretty deep.
Lovely shot there to finish the over by Jada Terrell. Just only getting a single, but nonetheless very good. But 8 overs gone, almost to the halfway point. The Windward Islands 28 for 4. I just want to shout out any parents watching their children play today. You could give a thumbs up, or you can send a little heart on the live chat here on our coverage of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 tournament. This live chat broadcasted across YouTube. So again, if any parents or well wishers watching, don't be afraid. Just give a heart and support these young women in their endeavors. So Kiana Lynch, or Kiana Leach, continuing from the... So change in bowling from the pavilion end. 2 overs and off for the Nelly man. She's bringing the changes. Sawana Booker into the attack from the pavilion end. Good start. Looking to be aggressive is Jada Tyrrell, but just not being able to get it past that. Get it past the bowler. This is very tight, restrictive bowling, is it, Mr. Joseph? They're not offering a lot to the Windward's batsmen. They're restricting them and forcing them to make a mistake.
Yeah, pretty tight stuff, and being supported in the field by some good fielding too.
This is what is required: building pressure through dot balls, through good fielding, keeping the batsmen on their toes. They're forcing them to play a rash shot, because at this point they really do need to get a hold on. The run rate is now above, the required run rate is now above 6.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Asha, we talk about batting in partnerships, but I'll tell you that the Guyanese are bowling very well in partnerships here. Keeping the stem of runs down, flow of runs down.
Yeah, there's a clear plan that the Guyana Under 19 women are following, and they're following it quite well. So, very well done to them. But I'm sure that Jada Tyrrell is more than capable of dealing with it, trying to sweep, but not being able to get it off. And a maiden over for Sawana Booker. So, very good bowling, very tight bowling by the Guyana Under 19 women. So 9 overs gone, 28 for 4. The run rate is creeping up slowly to 6.6.
Yeah, as you say, Asha, once the wickets keep falling, you'd have to always be rebuilding, and the run rate will keep, going up and up and up. It's going to make it tighter, much more difficult for you as a batting team.
So ringing the changes is Captain Mans, now bringing back into the attack Christina Jackson. A thought just came across my mind, Mr. Joseph. I wonder in 100-meter race, which one would be faster if you were to pick 5 from the Windward Islands team and 5 from the Guyana team? Who would be on average faster in 100-meter?
With this for this game here today.
Most definitely, because I just saw
Yeah, it
one
looks-
of the
looks-
Guyanese
looks-
players run across a while ago, and it reminded me of an umpire called Billy Bowden. I'm not sure if you remember Billy Bowden, an international umpire for New Zealand, I think it was.
Yeah, I remember him pretty
Yeah,
well.
trying to run across the pitch, and it just reminded me of that. I would like to.
Yeah, I
know.
think the Guyanese look to be more quicker across the ground so far.
So far. We're not talking about track and field here. We're talking about cricket, and so far Guyana is in the driver's seat quite firmly, restricting Windward Islands to under 30 so far.
The good thing about the Guyanese, actually, they've been taking their time, make sure they get the fielders in the right position, taking the time, bowling the balls, and the wow,
And
well
that's
fielded.
a very good shot, but
Very
very
good
well
fielder.
fielded by the mid-off fielder.
Yeah, diving across. Excellent work by the mid-off there, Asha. It's good to see the young ladies throwing their bodies around.
Most definitely. But I just want to give a few shout outs to some of our spectators. Miss Garden, Miss Baptist Small, Miss Belgrave, tuning in. I'm sure that you're cheering on your respective players. And that's very good. That's needed, to be able to support children, family, well-wishers. Any kind of support is needed to ensure that these players stay on the right track to reach their ambitions. There's always a community behind the success.
Ooh. Yeah, it's a ball on court, Asha.
So in the most anticlimactic ways, Jada Tyrrell has just back foot punched the ball back to the bowler and is caught. In the most inconspicuous of ways, the Guyana under 19 women have prized their 5th wicket, the big wicket of Jada Tyrrell, caught and bowled by Christina Jackson for 3. And that takes us into the drinks break. So the Windward Islands women, after 9.5 overs, 30 for 5, it looks to be quite a tall order. 7 runs and over from here on out to win this game for the Windward Islands under 19 women.
Ooh. Yeah, from our vantage point here, Asha, we would have thought that ball maybe bumped before it got back to the bowler. But the camera shot from this end showed that it was struck back and struck straight back to the bowler. Good catch being taken, ball and caught by young Jackson.
Yeah, most definitely.
I think
and
she has 2 ball and caughts so far
she does.
in this game. So it's been pretty good feeling or work in the field by the Guyanese. So hydration break. So we'll get back to you in a few minutes.
Yeah, so we're just going to take a short break and maybe have a little conversation about the way of cricket, or some cricket from around the region. But again, it's going to be a labor of love for these coaches, these well-wishers, these supporters, that they stay behind these players, get behind them, encourage them, and support can come in many ways. And I just would like for some of the supporters, some of the spectators to hear that just taking them to practice may be enough. Just encouraging them coming to a few games may be enough. Everything may not have to be financial, but if you can give financially, that is a big benefit and an advantage. But to support these young women, well, these young women and young men at even the grassroots levels at 7, 8 years old, I'll encourage you, please, as a parent, as a sibling, as an aunt or an uncle, encourage your children in what they do. Encourage your brothers and your sisters in what they do. And at the end of the day, when they're doing positive things, show your support. Because you never know how far some of these children may get in their ambitions. So, just a little words, just words of encouragement for some of the spectators out there as we are off the drinks break. We're going to be continuing our coverage with Christina Jackson having to complete her over. One ball left to the new batsman. And it's going to be a quick single, and it's the wrong end, thrown away, and it could be an extra run for the Windward Islands, but it is only going to be one for the new batsman.
Small getting off the mark with the first delivery.
Yes, Giadas. Let me make sure I get this name right, because I've been scrutinized for this name already. Giada Small is the new batsman. No, number 10. So continuing from the pavilion end will be number 56, Sawana Booker.
That got to be out.
And that's bold.
Yeah.
That is not that it has to be out, it is out.
Yeah, but I thought it was leg before actually, because she was plumb in front.
Looking for the big heave-ho over the leg side is the batter, Giada Small, and she has to go. So
Actually, it's young Thomas coming back into the attack, taking a wicket again.
is this Thomas?
Yes, it is. Young
Sure,
Thomas.
Shanessa. So ringing the changes, and I'm not paying attention to the changes of the captain Denelli Mans. So they're in a spot of bother here. Is the Windward Islands
team.
Yes, most definitely. Amy Antwine now at the crease. 31 for 6. The run rate climbing ever so slowly. So it's going to be a lot on the final 4 batsmen for the Windward Islands. Amy Antwine and Devonna Tyson are going to have a lot of work. So, first ball, a bit down the leg side by Shanessa Thomas to Amy Antwine. And she's going to have to rotate the strike. I think that's what's going to be important at this point in time. They are going to have to rotate the strike on the good balls and try their best to put away the bad balls. Maybe not get 4, but maybe 2 and 3s out into the outfield. But that's driven back to the bowler by Amy Antwine for no run. So they're putting the squeeze on the Windward Islands under 19 women. And It's looking like a tall order for the Windward Islands, wide signaled by the umpire. So they're in an attacking mood, is the Guyana under 19 women. Only one fielder, I believe, is outside the circle. Everybody else is inside, looking for catches, looking for runouts. And this is the type of aggression that you need. Go in for the kill and try and win this match.
Yeah, well, as I said, Asher, 5 looks better than 6 in terms of position in the tournament. So Guyanese will want to take 5th position out of this game. And as I said, they're on their toes and they're really clamping down on the Windwards. So they've piled up some pressure on the Windwards. And the Windwards will have to try their best to break free from it. Ooh, missed. Yeah, by taking. Young Thomas looking to close out this over, Asher.
So far, just one to come. And Shanessa Thomas has bowled brilliantly. 2.5 overs, 3 wickets for 9 runs. So she's really done the business here for the Guyana under 19 women. Hit up the ground by Devon and Tyson, but for no run. So only 9 overs left in the game, and the Windward Islands women 68 required from 54. It's going to be a tall order, just around 8 runs and over. So they're going to have to start to score and score heavily if they want to win this match, the Windward Islands on the 19 women.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a tall ask, Asher, as you said. It's not going to be easy to come out of this hole that they've found themselves in here. It's a difficult one. And they've lost quite a few wickets, so which makes it even more difficult. Pressure is on the low order batters now to really get runs. And the Guyana bowling attack is not making it any easier. They've been on spot, keeping the stumps in play.
Yeah, most definitely. So we see Christina Jackson continuing, and it's in at the pads, a big appeal, and given not out by the umpire. For all the spectators out there, all of you, in the region, here locally and across the globe, I'll implore you to share these videos, share these lives, share this coverage of these matches to get to a wider audience and encourage exposure for these young women and young men. So Windies Cricket is the official YouTube channel for all of Cricket West Indies information, and Windies Cricket is also the official page on Instagram as well. So through all social media platforms, give it a follow, give it a like, subscribe, and share these with family and friends, and get everybody involved. Let's bring back the love of cricket in the Caribbean.
Yeah, Asher, that's the right way to go. As you said, any form of support you can give is going to be welcome, especially for these young ladies. Also, as well, you can try as much as possible to support the young men in the region who are playing cricket.
And Amy Antoine is hitting this one to mid-on, and it's misfielded. They're not looking for the single, but then there's going to be a very tight one.
Wow.
And some confusion in the middle between Amy Antoine and Devon Tyson. it all works out in the end and they get a single.
Yeah, but singles are not going to do it now, Asha. They need to get a few boundaries to up the scoring rate.
Yeah, the required run rate now creeping up above 8 runs and over from here on out to see the Windward Islands home. So Devonna Tyson, 4 off of 19. She's going to have to get a move on here. She's been in long enough, so her eye is in. She's going to have to take control of this innings. So it's been quite a procession here for the Windward Islands on the 19 women, as they require 67 from 49 deliveries. And after 12 overs, the Windward Islands on the 19 women 34 for 6. And at this point in time, I'm joined by their coach, Sam Kernan. Mr. Kernan, good day. Welcome to the box. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Thank you. Thanks for having me as well.
Yes, no problem. So we have you here in the booth. We're going to ask you a few questions, get into some conversation as per the updates of cricket in the Windward Islands and more specifically in your country of Dominica. What has been done about the development and of cricket in Dominica, and what is your part to play in that?
Right, basically I went to Dominica in 2013. We opened an academy. Mr. Nanton opened an academy at Benjamin Park. And we had 17 students, which were the first.
And that's bold. Amy Antoine goes bold by Sawana Booker for 1. So the procession continues for the Windward Islands on the 19 women, 34 for 7, requiring 67 from 47 deliveries with only 3 wickets in hand. So yes, you would have mentioned that there is a cricket academy. Can you give me the name of that cricket academy?
Well, it's Dominica Cricket Academy.
Dominic.
And it's based in Benjamin Park. If you know Benjamin Park, it's quite a big park in the north. They play a lot of football there as well. They have tennis courts, basketball courts. It's a big venue where we try to develop youngsters in all kind of sports. But my role is more cricket. Yeah. So
So it's an entire sports complex, and your focus is cricket. Yes. And what ages do you focus on at the academy?
Well, we normally start from 13, under 15, well, under 19 really we're working on. And we've had a few instances where 12-year-olds were that good that they came into the academy, preferably Stephen Pascal. As you know, he's now playing for Windward. He was West Indies under 19 captain. So when we spot the talent early, we'll try to develop the talent.
And how much work do you think is required to put into these youngsters from such a young age over an extended period of time to ensure that you can have more Stephen Pascals coming through in your academy?
Well, if you know cricket is all about repetition. The more you do something, is the better you become at it. There's a great person that said if you do something 10,000 times, your you develop that muscle memory, so you'll play the ball instinctively. So, but looking at the women's game, because I want to talk about the women's game, to be honest. I think more needs to be done to develop the ladies, to be honest. I don't think we're doing enough to develop the women's game. My view is we should have an under-19 competition amongst the islands, say in the Windward Islands, and then we can select our Windward Island team. That doesn't happen. So it's more like a quota system where you get people from various parts, they come together. Normally they used to have a training camp where they get to meet each other. Because of finances now, it's no longer. So most of these girls are playing together sometimes for the first time without knowing each other. So,
well, that's kind of the sentiments that would be shared by the Leeward Islands as well, because inter-regional travel between the Leeward Islands and the Windward Islands tends to be a bit more difficult as opposed to broader inter-regional travel between, say, Jamaica and Barbados. So I could understand that for smaller islands like us, we would have a bit more difficulty in trying to have a a combined community where we can see and spot the talent early and be able to work with them long enough. So I do applaud what you would be doing at the academy in Dominica. And is there an even contribution between boys and girls, or are you seeing more interest by boys? How are you getting to encourage more females in the game?
Well, over the years, the academy normally take young boys, but for the last 2 years, we've integrated the women's section, because I work with the ladies as well. And we had 6 of them in our academy for the last 2 years. So we're trying to incorporate the women's game. Because I believe, because they're not playing cricket and they don't have a league, playing amongst the boys would develop them a little bit quicker. That is my view.
Most definitely, and I do think at some point in time, especially as they get older and boys start to develop, that you should have a separation between boys and girls, and much more cricket should be played like this. So St. Vincent should be playing St. Lucia should be playing Dominica. But how important do you think finances, how important a role do you think finances play in allowing these children to grow up together and be able to play cricket together?
Well, finance is the biggest issue that we have, really. And that's been going on for a long time, about the finances. But I think sometimes we can perhaps forget a little bit about the finances and just even have a training camp where you have the girls coming from 4 different countries a week to 10 days, getting to know each other. Something of that sort can be done.
Most definitely, because you were essentially sharing the same sentiments as a previous host of ours, Kenneth Benjamin, that we require some level of structure, some level of planning to ensure that we have the best opportunity given to these females so that they can improve their talents. And I applaud the work that you are doing in Dominica with the academy, and I do hope to see a lot of these players like Jada Terrell and whatnot to go further into West Indies cricket.
Yes, that's a good idea and good sentiments.
And ladies and gentlemen, the Windward Islands have lost another wicket. Emma Madison goes bowled by Sawana Booker in a very spectacular over. Sawana Booker that has gone unnoticed, but will be acknowledged by me now. Wicket on the first ball, wicket on the second ball, and wicket on the final ball of the over. 3 wickets in the over. Sawana Booker, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 3 wickets for 1 run, decimating the lower order of the Windward Islands on the 19 women. So 66 required from 42 deliveries for the Windward Islands women. 1 wicket remaining, and that is Avanel Leo. So not the best showing for you today, Mr. Kernan, but again, back to the drawing board, working with these children over time, and a lot more match time required for them.
Yes, but let me just mention as well, I was a replacement coach, so I wasn't here from the inception. So I came in yesterday, and so I've had enough time to work with the girls. But you can see that the ladies are really tired. I think they played five games in the last 7 days, and if you're not used to playing sport at this level, it's kind of taxing on the body. It's taxing on the body. And I can see that.
100%.
Yes.
I 100% agree that for these young women coming up, developing bodies, playing back-to-back matches such as these, especially high-intensity cricket like 20-over cricket, maybe was not the best idea. But again, this is the future of women's cricket in the West Indies, and we need to take better care of our young stars that are coming up. But again, it's very good work that you're doing in Dominica, and I do hope that you keep it up and that you try to encourage these girls as much as possible.
Well, let me say that's the kind of idea. What I've done today, I've done a lot of practice, fielding, throwing, if that makes sense, because the game is a side-on game. Cricket is a side-on game. Everything that you do in cricket has to be side-on. Whether you're throwing the ball, fielding the ball, or batting, it's a side-on game. So I think the basic foundation of the skills that is required need to be taught more to the girls before they get to this stage.
most definitely. And I would recommend, I would recommend, because I have seen it in case studies and models throughout England and Australia, that the fundamentals of cricket in terms of batting, your grip, your stance, your backlift, how you catch your reverse cupping, all of these are taught before they've even left primary school.
That
So
is-
at the ages of 9 and 10, a lot of them have already been indoctrinated into the fundamentals of cricket, so that as time progresses, it is just the refinement of technique, not teaching technique, especially at the under 19 level.
Yeah, that's correct. If you can think of the sport as like a building, you need a strong foundation. If I'm building a house, I need a strong foundation. So if a hurricane comes and blow my roof off, I know my foundation is still strong, and I just put my roof back on again. It's the same when it comes to the game of cricket. It's the same when it comes to the game of cricket, and she's been run out.
And what a way to sum up the innings of the Windward Islands on the 19 women. The run out of Avanel Leo at the non-striker's end has proven costly, and the Windward Islands on the 19 women bowled out for 36, and the Guyana on the 19 women winning by 64 runs. So any last comments or remarks, Mr. Kernan?
Well, what I would like to see, I was speaking with Kenny Benjamin early this morning, how they schedule this competition. Sometimes I would want my team to stay behind and look at perhaps like yesterday, Trinidad and Barbados were playing. So I wanted to stay behind and let's have a chance to look at who the best are in the region. And while they're doing that, we can point out the different things that's needed to be done. If I'm throwing the ball, is there someone backing up? You know, the one percenters is so important, and you can only learn the one percenters by looking at a game. So what we're seeing now, we play the game now and then we're off, back to where we're staying. So it's not development. To me, that is not development. Development is actually seeing something, and you can improve as you go along.
Yeah, most definitely. You can watch, and it's either going to be two situations. Either you're going to watch somebody who's doing it, or you're going to do it for yourself. And in a situation like this, where they only have 5 games to play, there's not much that you can learn in such a short period of time. So agreed that they should be able to watch other cricketers, but as well, my 2 cents would be they need to be playing more cricket, more competitive cricket, girls against girls, maybe boys and girls against boys and girls, so that they have a certain level of match awareness built in. And again, it's the first time. I think this may be the first or second iteration of a tournament like this. So we need to have more tournaments like this, and it's a great start. But we have areas to improve in.
Yeah, we have lots of work to do on the basic fundamentals. And that is my view in that. I'm passionate about the women's game. I started following West Indies women in 2011 in England. You know, so I'm really passionate about the women's game. And having said that, in Dominica, in the last 3 years, we've had 4 girls at West Indies under 19 level. We had Ernisha Fontaine, Abini St. Jean, Alex Spinner, Amaya Gilbert, and Kayla George played last year for West Indies under 19 women. So in 3 years to have 4 young girls representing at that level, I think is good. The only problem that we're having is the numbers. It's very difficult to get the girls to come out because it's more netball in Dominica. Dominica is more netball, more football. And the cricket is not so high on the agendas of parents, you know. So we just have to stick with it, keep going, and hopefully things will change.
Well, thank you for your insights. Thank you for your input, Mr. Kernan. It has been an honor, a pleasure speaking with you. So once again, a recap of the scorecard. The Guyana under 19 women have won this last match, so they have finished 5th place in this tournament, beating the Windward Islands under 19 women by 64 runs on the back of a brilliant bowling display by Sawana Booker. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 3 runs, 3 wickets for 1 run, and Captain Danelli Mans, 2 overs, 1 wicket for 2 runs, and Christina Jackson, 4 overs, 2 wickets for 18 runs. So that is it here from Ball Beef Liberta. And it's not over yet. For whoever is watching, please tune in to the match taking place at Coolidge, which I believe is the third place match being played currently, or the final to be played just starting at 2 p.m. So we have another live that is taking place over there. So go over there, watch, like, and subscribe, and support these young women in their journey and in West Indies cricket. So from me and my partner Dave Joseph, former West Indies and Leeward Islands batsman, that's it, and that's the end of our coverage here at Ball Beef Liberta. Have a good day, and please go and watch the finals of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars on the 19 tournament that is starting at 2 p.m. So any closing comments from Dave Joseph? Mr. Joseph, what do you
Yeah, I
thoughts?
would just like to say well played to Guyana. I think they have done themselves justice today. They put up a total of 100 and they managed to defend it. So I would like to say well done to them. You know, at least you could see the fighting, and they did not actually give up because they were in that, you know, 5th or 6th place position. They fought and fought for the better position, came in number 5. I'd like to say tough luck to the Windward Island girls. You know, better luck to them next time. Hope we'll get a chance to see them again coming and doing better in another under-19 tournament in the very near future. So as I said, it was a pretty good tournament in terms of young talent being put on show, Asha. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Quite a few bright spots. Some of the young players are doing pretty well. Rather like to see the young leg spinners, you know, with the control that they bowl with in all tournament. I find it to be remarkable, especially the young Trinidadian leg spinners and young mans here from Guyana. And we see quite a bit of fast bowlers to coming through. There's one from the Leewards, Weeks, and we've got Terrell here from the Windwards. They're looking pretty good. So I think the West Indies will have a 20-man squad being put together. So I'll go and have a look, see what's happening as they train to continue to build their team going towards the Under-19 Women's World Cup.
Yes, a lot of talent coming out of this tournament or being unearthed from this tournament. And it is going to be very important that from here on forth, that when these talents are identified, that they are kept a close eye on, worked with in terms of their training, how they're developing, instead of just allowing them to go back to the country without any support. So again, I have seen a lot of leg spinners that have the control already, so they just need to build a bit more skill, a bit more variation of pace, and then they would be world-class threats. So a lot of talent being unearthed, and it's just for us as the older generation to be able to harness that talent and export that to the world and let them know that West Indies cricket is still alive. So that's it from us here in the commentary box between me and Dave Joseph, and that's it for our coverage here at Ball Beef Liberta. Once again, we can change over to our coverage at Coolidge Cricket Grounds, where the finals of the Under-19 tournament will be played. And like, share, and subscribe to Windies Cricket. And good day and goodbye.